All right. Hello, welcome. Hope tonight finds you well. I am still a bit tired, but not feeling near as sick, thankfully. About time. Hope tonight finds everyone well, and I hope that you have been having a great weekend. Just putting the final touches on startup, and we will get going. Tonight's schedule involves 2 reacts, one of which was not planned, but I'm going to do it anyways. And then on to more Star Citizen. I actually managed to get some prep work done, not as much as I wanted, but better than nothing. We will get to that. Up to had a good day. This is good. Good days are good. Now, if I have this right, I have all my chats up. I should have everything working. They should, because who knows how long that will last. All right, there we go. We should be live and functioning. I need my caffeination. Caffeination got. All right. Yep, we are starting with Fat Electrician's newest video, Why Chick-fil-A Outperforms the Competition, Capitalism Done Right, followed by a last-minute submission of Russia's anti-drone grenades. Day's been good, did some grinding on Call of Duty, Modern Warfare 3, and now I'm playing Destiny. Why play Destiny when you can play Warframe? They don't try to scam their customers. Yeah, and for anyone else looking for stuff, Tangia still has the media share. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge, please. Speaking of just general stuff, though, holy crap, YouTube, all the new YouTube people, I really appreciate. I don't know if you guys are spreading it, the algorithms caught up or what, but I appreciate all the new people who have just flooded into YouTube. We are actually making it towards getting stage 1, and if we keep up this momentum, stage 2 for monetization approval. And I really, really appreciate it, because that would really make a huge difference. It really would. I think that's pretty much it that I have for the beginning. Yeah, I don't have anything else, so we're just gonna start with Bad Electrician. Why Chick-fil-A outperforms the competition. Capitalism done right. Let me get my wings gone and make sure. I think the volume should be good, and play. Where's my sound? Why is there no sound? What? Really? Are we just gonna do this immediately? Oh, come on. All right, know what? I know exactly what the problem is, and it is an annoying problem. I'm pretty sure that's the problem. So I have a little Bluetooth earpiece, the kind that, just magnetically puts in, automatically turns on and off. I am 99% sure that that was a mistake, because it keeps sliding off and connecting to the computer.
This just might be my favorite business model of all time, and I think that it is the epitome of capitalism done right. Today we're talking about...
He better mention the fact their ice cream machines actually work. Here's looking at you, McDonald's.
Chick-fil-A, it is the most successful done right. Today we're talking about Chick-fil-A. It is the most successful restaurant chain in America, and it has done that despite being canceled like every 5 minutes for the past decade. So at a bare minimum, regardless about how you feel about Chick-fil-A, you should at least take the time to understand their business model, because it's really good. And when I say it's good, that's an understatement, because they're not just the most successful restaurant chain in America, they are the most successful by like 10 miles. They absolutely body the competition. It's not even close. Okay, let me break this down for you. The most profitable restaurant chains of 2023 are as follows. Starbucks with $35 billion, McDonald's with $25 billion, and then coming in third is Chick-fil-A with $21 billion. So how is it that the third most profitable restaurant is somehow the most successful? Well, per capita matters, right? Because Starbucks is coming in first with $35 billion, but they've got 38,000 locations. McDonald's coming in second with $25 billion, but they've got 40,000 locations. Chick-fil-A is coming in third place with $21 billion, and they have 2,900 locations. Okay, these other restaurant chains are 12 times larger and have roughly the same output as Chick-fil-A, meaning that the average Chick-fil-A is like 12 to 14 times more profitable than your average McDonald's or Starbucks, which is absolutely fucking insane. And then
I'm with him. I had no idea that, yeah, that's, I'm gonna let him keep going, but he is 100% spot on. That is nuts.
More profitable than your average McDonald's or Starbucks, which is absolutely fucking insane. And then it gets even crazier when I remind you that Chick-fil-A isn't open on Sundays, meaning that Chick-fil-A is outperforming all of its peers with less locations, working less hours a day, working less days per week. And we're gonna get into how that's possible right after a word from our sponsor. Today's video is brought to you by Rocket Money. It is your all-in-one finance app capable of doing pretty much anything you could want. It does all the normal stuff that you would expect, like help you set a budget, monitor your credit, even track your net worth. But what sets Rocket Money apart is they help you identify every single subscription that you are paying for monthly, and half the time you forgot you were even paying for that. Okay, me and my wife do this all the time. There's always some football game or MMA fight that I want to watch and some TV show that she wants to watch, and for some reason it's on some streaming service or app that nobody has ever heard of. So we have to go get the app, get the streaming service, sign up for the 7-day free trial just to watch our show. Then we forget we signed up for the free trial, and then we're getting charged $7, $8, $9, $10 a month every month for the next 3 years, and I have no idea. Okay, because online streaming is just
Privacy.com, I should probably set up my referral code for it. You can set time limits and spending limits on Create a Card fake credit cards. Well, not fake, they're still linked to your bank account. We could say, I don't want to spend more than X amount of money, or you could, or for some of them that are like, we need to check to make sure that you can actually spend this money before you do the free trial. Sorry to cut in. I shouldn't be cutting in. I feel really bad now. Oh, shut up. I'm sorry. I couldn't help but suggest that option. Rocket Money does a lot more, though.
turned into cable again, let's face it. Is Rocket Money going to fix that problem? No, not really, but they are going to help you quit paying for it. In addition to that, recurring monthly payments that aren't necessarily subscriptions, so like your cell phone or your internet provider, Rocket Money will actually help you negotiate to lower your bill and save you money there too. So if you want to give Rocket Money a try for free, you can go to rocketmoney.com/fatfiles. I'm going to have it also linked in the description down below. Let's get back to the video. Anyways, let's take it from...
Yeah, I'm sorry. I got going on instinct. Bad ruining someone else's stuff when I'm using their content. I'm really sorry. I'm gonna get a lot of dislikes for that. I'm really sorry. I will actually edit that out of the upload just to make sure that it's not, you know, it's not being spread even further.
Fat files. I'm going to have it also linked in the description down below. Let's get back to the video. Anyways, let's take it from the top. All right, our story begins March 21st, 1921, when this old guy was born. Well, he was a baby at the time. He was just born. It was his first birthday. Well, his 0 birthday, which doesn't make sense because technically that literally is his first birthday, but we don't call it your first birthday until you've already been alive for a whole year, which, anyway, birthdays are dumb. Moving on. Sorry, anyways, that's Truett Cathy. He is a founder of Chick-fil-A, and when he was 20 years old, Pearl Harbor was attacked, at which point I assume he thought to himself, you know what this world needs? Less fascism and more dope-ass chicken sandwiches. So, he joined the army. So he goes, he fights in World War II, fast forward, 1945, Allies win, he comes back home, crosses defeat fascism off the to-do list, only thing left, make a dope-ass chicken sandwich. First things first, gotta have a restaurant, right? So he opens up his own restaurant, it is called Dwarf House, and it is open 24 hours a day, 6 days a week, every day except for Sunday. He's a real religious guy. He just believed in taking Sundays off. So that's what he's up to for like the next 21 years from 1946 till 1967. He's running this singular restaurant that is his, getting a bunch of experience, learning, you know, doing the whole shtick. His current restaurant has this enormous menu. Then one day in 1967, he's working with this food distributor that offers him a deal on chicken breasts because they are selling chicken breasts to the airline, and the airline can only take these little tiny chicken breasts that fit inside the little itty bitty airline food trays. So all the chicken breasts that he's going to be getting are just the big juicy ones, and he's like, yeah, I can figure something out. From there he goes into his lab trying to figure out the best way to cook chicken breasts, and he decides he's going to pressure cook it inside fancy peanut oil with his secret blend of herbs and spices, and that recipe is still locked up in Chick-fil-A headquarters to this day. So he's done it. He's made the best fried chicken the world has ever seen. So he's like, okay, only problem, it's pretty greasy. Like it's really greasy. It's too greasy to eat with your hands. So he's like, okay, well, I'm just going to stick it inside of a hamburger bun with butter and 2 pickles and make it a sandwich. And thus the chicken sandwich was born, or at least that's what Chick-fil-A says. They say that they're the ones that invented the chicken sandwich, and this was it. So he's like, you know what? I'm done with this enormous menu selling all these different items. I'm just going to sell this
99% sure that people have been putting chicken on bread for it much longer than that. They do literally say that. Oh my gosh. Yeah.
And this was it. So he's like, you know what? I'm done with this enormous menu selling all these different items. I'm just going to sell this chicken sandwich. I'm going to rename my restaurant from the Dwarf House to Chick-fil-A, and this is all I'm going to sell. And the rest is history, okay? Fast forward like 60 years. Guess what they're still doing today? They are selling that exact chicken sandwich, which leads me into the first principle of why they're so successful. They follow the simple rule of if it's not broke, don't fix it. Okay, the chicken sandwich is perfect. Leave it alone. Nobody touch it. Just keep selling the exact same thing that got you here. I know that sounds simple and dumb, but most companies can't help but fuck this up.
That is a Cheez-It.
Oh, he's gonna get into it. I was about to mention some of these. To be fair, they think the fast food chicken soup. Oh, I might give them the fast food version.
And dumb, but most companies can't help but fuck this up.
That is a Cheez-It.
Have Coke. Have Coke.
16 times the size of a regular Cheez-It, I present to you the Cheez-It Crunch Wrap.
Okay, and I can give you a real life example why changing shit up and having promotional items all the time is a terrible idea. I used to eat Doritos all the time. Then, one day, Doritos came out with this new flavor called Buffalo Ranch Doritos Jacked, and they were the best Doritos on the planet by like 10 miles, and I probably ate a bag of them every day for several years straight.
Ooh.
Then, one day, they just disappeared and they quit making them, seemingly for no reason. I can only assume it's because it was driving down the sales of all the other flavors, because they were the best Doritos ever. And now, guess what? I just don't eat Doritos anymore because every time I eat a normal Dorito or a Cool Ranch Dorito or a sweet chili Dorito, I go, oh, it's like a shittier version of Doritos Jacked Buffalo Ranch, and I don't even like it anymore. Okay, because you gotta realize, people are creatures of habit. I would have habitually eaten a bag of Doritos Jacked every day till I died if they gave me the option to, but they took Doritos Jacked away, then they essentially broke my habit for me, and I just never went back to eating normal Doritos, okay? So, it was a giant mistake to have the promotional item in the first place, because if they didn't have that, I probably would have just kept eating normal Doritos for the rest of my life. But no, they fucked it up. Which leads us right into our next principle, the KISS principle. Keep it simple, stupid, and this is really where Chick-fil-A excels. Okay, let me break this down for you. Here's their entire menu. They sell chicken sandwiches. That chicken can be fried or grilled, and it can come with cheese or lettuce if you want, and then they also have chicken nuggets and chicken tenders. That's it. That's like the whole menu. And some of you are like, wow, that's not a lot of variety. I'd probably get bored if I went there a lot. First of all, unlikely. It's the best chicken sandwich on the planet. Secondly, even if you did get to the point where you're like, you know what? I don't want a chicken sandwich. Cool. Then don't go to Chick-fil-A, okay? If you don't need plumbing work done, don't call a plumber. But if you do need plumbing work done, you call a plumber. And if you want a chicken sandwich, you go to Chick-fil-A because it's the best chicken sandwich, okay? There's nobody on the planet that's like, man, I would really enjoy a chicken sandwich right now. And they pull up to an intersection and there's a McDonald's right next to a Chick-fil-A, 0 people on the planet are going to go to McDonald's for that chicken sandwich, okay? None. Nobody. Chick-fil-A has picked its arena of battle, and when it comes to chicken sandwiches, they are the undefeated heavyweight champion. Which honestly is exactly how you should tackle pretty much anything in life, okay? Pick the one thing that you want to excel at and just be the best in the world at it, and you're going to make way more money than anybody else, okay? Let me break this down for you. Every person that you've ever looked up to, pretty much ever, you've admired for the fact that they are the best in the world at something, or they excel at one thing in particular, okay? Michael Jordan hasn't played basketball in decades, but everybody on the planet knows who Michael Jordan is because that motherfucker was the best at playing basketball. Okay, you've never had a role model in your entire life where you're like, wow, I really look up to this person because they're pretty mediocre at a bunch of random shit. Okay, so picking the one thing that you want to be the best at and pursuing.
I am gonna say, what about that guy who is like an officer in the military, a surgeon, and an astronaut? He's just like, okay, I am going to actually be good at everything. I mean, he's definitely a role model.
Doing just that is a good strategy for pretty much anything, but when it comes to restaurants, it is uniquely awesome, and here's why. Picking one type of food to be the best in the world at makes the menu smaller, and making the menu smaller not only makes your employees better and the food better, it makes the customers better. Because the menu is small, customers are going to have less things to choose, they're also going to have less things to remember, so after you've been to a Chick-fil-A like twice, you know the entire menu, and even if it is your first time there, there's less things to choose, so you're going to pick one quickly, and then you're going to move it along. That means the lines are moving faster. You don't have people standing there looking up at a menu with 10,000 different items, drooling on themselves, desperately trying to figure out what they want. No, it's like Aldi. You have one option, pick it and move it along, okay? So now, not only are you getting a delicious chicken sandwich, you're getting it even faster, improving customer satisfaction. And there's still more to it, because now on the other side of the cash register, back in the kitchen, there's less items on the menu. That means that there's less variables, and less variables almost always leads to less fuck-ups. So not only are you getting a delicious chicken sandwich, you're getting it fast, and you're getting it how you wanted it to be in the first place, okay? Customer satisfaction is through the roof. Okay, and at this point, some of you think, surely I'm exaggerating, and having a smaller menu can't make the business that much better. But you're wrong, and we're gonna go over McDonald's menu together, and I will prove it to you. All right, McDonald's menu, let's see what we got going on.
I think I know exactly where he's going with this already. He is 100% right.
Here, first off, we have the Big Mac and then we have the Quarter Pounder. First question right off the bat, why do we have the same type of meat with different sizes of patties? Okay, go with the smaller patties, and then if they want more meat, just give them more patties. Don't have different sizes for no reason. It's more variables and somebody's gonna fuck it up eventually, okay? Because me, the fat guy on lunch break while I'm at work, orders a double Quarter Pounder with cheese, and then they accidentally give me normal Big Mac sized beef patties. I'm gonna be sad, and then I have to get my burger remade, and it slows down the whole world. Okay, next order of business. Why do some buns have sesame seeds and some don't? Okay, do I care about sesame seeds? No. Does any rational person care about sesame seeds on the bun unless they have an allergy? Absolutely not. But we all know that there's some Karen that's going to use that as an excuse to drive back around and go through the drive-thru again, bitch out the employee for 5 minutes because she's trying to get a free meal over it, okay? Now you've ruined the employee's day, you've slowed down the line, and you have to make more burgers, all because you can't decide whether or not you want sesame seeds on your buns, okay? Just make a decision. Okay, next question. What the fuck is the difference between a McDouble and
Do the sesame seeds even change the taste, like, at all? I have admittedly not had McDonald's in a long time, but do the sesame seeds actually affect the taste? Or are they just like a visual thing? Because admittedly, they do make the bun visually distinctive. They're just there to be fancy, right?
and a double cheeseburger. They look like the same exact thing. Oh, I see here. It's one piece of cheese. That's the difference. You have a whole different sandwich with a different name over one piece of cheese. Okay, just pick how you're making a double cheeseburger. Do you want it with one piece or 2 pieces of cheese? Don't have 2 different options, because now I have to listen to the next 10,000 people ask, what's the difference between the McDouble and the double cheeseburger? One's cost 7 cents more because it has an extra piece of cheese. Okay, that's dumb. Get rid of it.
They're the same picture.
All right, moving on. Chicken and fish, adding 2 more types of meat, which is more variables. meal, so that's bad right off the bat. Secondly, the best sounding one is the Bacon Cajun Ranch McCrispy. Now, unfortunately, it's a limited time only item, and it's probably the best one because that sounds way better than a regular McCrispy, which means I'm never going to eat a regular McCrispy ever again because I'm always going to be thinking about the one that got away, the delicious Bacon Cajun Ranch McCrispy, okay? Stop doing limited time and seasonal items. Every time I lose a limited time item, it's like getting dumped by a girlfriend, okay? Quit putting people through that. Either keep the item or don't keep the item. Okay, next order of business. Why are we adding a third additional bun? Okay, this one also has no sesame seeds. Just put the no sesame seed bun on this one. Or if this bun is better, just get rid of the shitty bun altogether. Okay, then we come to this philosophical.
I'm with him on that because that is also a different looking bun relative to the usual fast food burger buns. Just use those and it will still visually stand out more. Sesame seeds make sense on a good bun, which is not fast food bun. Okay, there we go.
Conundrum. What is the difference between the McChicken and the McCrispy? Can somebody explain this to me? That's rhetorical. I'm fat. Of course I know the difference. Okay, this one right here is where they're trying to knock off Chick-fil-A. I know that because it looks like they're trying to knock off Chick-fil-A. And secondly, it comes in a foil bag just like Chick-fil-A. And this is their original chicken sandwich, which is basically a frozen hockey puck that they call chicken that they popped in the microwave beforehand, okay? If you're trying to rip off Chick-fil-A, just commit to it and get rid of this one altogether. Okay, moving on. Okay, then we have the chicken nuggets.
Hey, stop it!
Okay, so that's 2. Now we've got 10 for a total of 19 different items on their entree menu. Okay, now let's just go ahead and pop over to Chick-fil-A and look at a piece of art.
I will never, ever forget McDonald's advertising campaign with the chicken nuggets. Now made with real white meat chicken. What were they made of before? What were they made of before you used real chicken?
Art. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 items. That's it, okay? Now, I'm going to ding them here because that is a different bun, clearly. However, I can see from here that that bun looks like it tastes like shit. So clearly, it is a healthier bun somehow that's going with the healthier cut of chicken. So at least that makes sense, okay? Okay, moral of the story, less items with less ingredients equals less fuck-ups, which makes everything move faster. And this is where I really think they get capitalism right, and that principle is slow is smooth and smooth is fast. You see, there's only 2,900 Chick-fil-A's, and they're not in a hurry to put up a bunch more. They would rather have one really good Chick-fil-A as opposed to 10 pretty mediocre ones. And that's why one Chick-fil-A makes 12 times as much money as a McDonald's. And having this mentality allows them to focus on the original goal, which is just having good food. When you compare Chick-fil-A to McDonald's as far as opening up a new location goes, it's insane how different their mentalities are. Because McDonald's is meticulous, they go full psychological warfare mode on where they're going to put all of their locations. I'm making these numbers up, but this is roughly what their process is. If you come to McDonald's with millions of dollars, say, hey, I want to open up a McDonald's, they're like, cool, give us the general area. Then they send people out to sit in potential locations, and those people just sit there and count how many cars drive by. Click, 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 click. And McDonald's knows out of every 100 cars that drives by, 3 of them are going to pull into McDonald's, and they know that every single person that pulls into a McDonald's on average spends $12 or whatever. Before McDonald's even breaks ground on the new restaurant, they can predict within $10,000 how much money that location is going to make that year. Chick-fil-A, on the other hand, doesn't give a shit. They're going full Field of Dreams approach. If I build it, they will come, okay? They can't tell you within $10,000 how much money you're going to make in your first year, but guess what? They can tell you it's going to be more than any fucking McDonald's around. And because they grow so slowly, they're not like a normal franchise where just some rich millionaire dude can come up and be like, hey, I want to own a Chick-fil-A and never actually work there. No, Chick-fil-A owns every Chick-fil-A. They own all of it. They own the restaurant, the property it's built on, and all the equipment inside of it, okay? If you want to run a Chick-fil-A, you become an operator, at which point you get 50% of the profits of that restaurant that you run, okay? They are extremely picky about who they let run Chick-fil-A's. You almost always have to have worked there for an extended period of time and worked your way up. These people end up making over $250,000 a year, and they have to have a very, very small investment. I think it's like $10,000, and it's not even technically an investment. It's more or less a security deposit, because if this person goes to a different job or they retire, they actually get that money back, assuming that the restaurant that they were running is in good condition when they leave. According to their website, like over 10,000 people every year apply to be an operator and run a Chick-fil-A, and they pick like maybe a couple hundred. They have a less than 1% approval rate for people going through an extensive interview process that includes writing essays, background screenings, and everything else. Now, obviously, there's pros and cons to this, just like everything else. One of the cons being, while you are the operator, you're technically not the owner, so you kind of always have that dangling over your head, like you're not actually the owner of the Chick-fil-A, you just run the place for somebody else. But at the same time, I think that it also incentivizes all the employees that work there, because there is actually a clear path of like success. There's a real career there where you can actually work your way up the ranks and start making hundreds of thousands of dollars a year, potentially at a job that you started when you were 16 years old working in high school. Okay, like I think it does a lot to the morale and the overall culture of an entire company to actually have a visible ladder there that people at the bottom can climb up to the top. Because I mean, let's face it, a lot of these restaurants, like, yeah, technically you could own a McDonald's, but also I think McDonald's charges $50,000 or $60,000 just as a franchise fee to open up the restaurant. Then you also have to pay for the restaurant. Basically, you need like between $2 and $3 million to open up a McDonald's. So as a person working at the cash register, that dream of potentially owning one, I guess technically is possible, but also highly, highly unlikely. And the problem with that is, instead of getting people that work their way up from doing dishes in the back all the way to running the store, you just get a bunch of multi-millionaire assholes that want to buy 50 McDonald's so that they can make even more money while also not working. Whereas Chick-fil-A, it's really hard to get a single Chick-fil-A, and then if you prove yourself and you're really, really good, sometimes they'll let you get a second or a third one. Less than 15% of all Chick-fil-A operators, which is their equivalent of like a franchise owner, actually run more than one Chick-fil-A, and they're all highly successful. So at most, you're only
I would also point out that if they are putting that out there as our best employees get to become operators, giving someone more than one is automatically taking away from other people who could earn that. So you don't want to do that unless the person really, really deserves it. So what did you use before, Brett? Jim Matson, which at the time was 10%. The dark meat. Only a few exceptions to a rule that each operator is only allowed one restaurant. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And it makes sense that they're doing that. Not just from the business pickiness side, but, well, for the reasons I just said.
allowed to run Chick-fil-A. While with other chain restaurants, you can just buy like 60 of them, make a bunch of money, and never have to set foot in the place, and then your culture sucks, nobody cares, it's just a giant money-making machine to you. Whereas with Chick-fil-A's strategy, even the people at the bottom of the totem pole can be like, oh shit, that's the guy running the show right now, he's here, he cares, he's helping me, he's been through what I've been through because he worked his way up. And I think that does a ton for the culture of a restaurant, or any business really, and I think it's pretty obviously visible from the outside if you've ever been to a Chick-fil-A. I think it's the best service out of any fast food restaurant I've ever been to. People are usually happy, and the statistics support that. They have half the turnover rate as a typical fast food restaurant, and they pay a little bit more on average. In the same vein as slow is smooth and smooth is fast, this company also operates on little to no debt, okay? They're closed on Sundays, they donate to a lot of charity, and they don't really like debt. Dave Ramsey is absolutely in love with this company. And what I mean by this is, unlike other companies that go and get big loans to expand, they don't. They save up money, and once they have enough money to open a new restaurant, they open the restaurant. And I think that this makes the entire workplace environment better for absolutely everybody, because now the dude at the very top, the upper management levels, aren't freaking out about the bottom line. They don't have interest payments. They don't have payments they have to keep making all the time. It makes a low stress environment for them, which means they're not putting a bunch of stress and pressure on all the people below them. And that trickles all the way down throughout the entire company and just makes everything 100 times better. So in conclusion, whether you like Chick-fil-A or not, you should absolutely pay attention to what they're doing, because it is undeniable that they are an unstoppable force in the restaurant industry. They are the only restaurant to face nationwide boycotts multiple times in the past decade, and yet somehow they are still 12 times more profitable per restaurant than any of the other major restaurant chains. And they are somehow doing that with less menu items that have less variety between them, while working less hours per day and working less days per week. And it all comes down to basic common sense principles, right? Pick the thing you want to be good at and just be good at that. If it's not broke, don't fix it. Keep it simple, stupid. Don't overcomplicate it along the way. And slow is smooth, smooth is fast. Just don't be in a hurry. If you can apply those 4 things to literally any situation in life, you're more than likely going to be successful at it. Thank you for watching. Best way to support the channel is go buy some merch over to thefatelectrician.com. Quack, bang, out.
He makes a lot of really good points there. I knew Chick-fil-A was successful. I had no idea they were at that level of success. I know one of them, they're a former cop, and they've got 2 because they wanted the second for officers on patrol. Okay. Carrying a little debt is a major perk in it. Yes, it is. So much of the economy runs on debt, and well, we're seeing where that is getting us. That means that when everything collapses, Chick-fil-A will still be there. Like, I know Demolition Man said Taco Bell's gonna win the franchise wars. After seeing this, given every other franchise I know does carry debt, Chick-fil-A will probably will probably be the one that's left standing. Debt is what killed Toy. Yes, it is. Operating on debt is a major problem, said as someone who is running this channel on debt. Yeah. Operating on debt is not good for big companies, but they all do it because they think that they can find ways to print money just like the government does. Well, it's not working for the government, it's not working for us. Anyways. You also don't have employees, that's fair. I had no idea about that on Chick-fil-A's part. That is really, really interesting. I knew that they were different, and I knew that they were phenomenally successful. I had no idea that was what, that they were that far ahead of everyone else. Very impressive, and another very informative video from the Fat Electrician. I found him a little later than other people. It's really tough to not just binge everything so that I can actually have stuff to react to. Like, I already watched both of these. All right. Second reaction for the night. And I did not get this into the description because this was super last minute. I will, however, toss this into chats and update it then. After. There we go. This is Russia's anti-drone grenade launcher shotgun. This is just brand new, tossed to me. I don't know a whole lot about it. I could take a couple guesses on how I would do it. I do not know if they are correct, though. So, without further ado, the Armorer's Bench.
Drones have come to define the war in Ukraine, with both sides making prolific use of them for observation and ordnance delivery. Both sides have struggled to find adequate countermeasures, with everything from fishing nets to anti-drone guns, and from cope cages to complex electronic warfare jammers that disrupt UAV frequencies over larger areas. The threat to individual
$10,000 Chimera would do it better than the Russians. Careful, I might design something.
Soldiers has become increasingly serious, with many units resorting to pressing sporting shotguns into service. However, not every combatant can carry a shotgun, and a number of companies, engineers, and fabricators have turned their attention to providing soldiers with a cheap, mass-manufacturable, and effective weapon which can be issued to individual soldiers en masse. In this video, we'll look at one of the efforts from a Russian company called Ingra. Ingra have developed an adapter that converts a GP25 40mm underbarrel grenade launcher into a single-shot 12-gauge shotgun. On the 13th of April, Ingra announced, "Friends, the Ingra company has created a new unparalleled device, Rozhyanka, for the destruction of quadcopters. The testing stage has been completed. Rozhyanka changes the caliber of the underbarrel grenade launcher to fire a 12-gauge hunting cartridge with an effective range of 15 to 30 meters. The tests carried out showed the reliability, safety, and efficiency of the device. We've reached the next stage, which is the production of a pre-production batch for testing by..."
So wait, is the only thing they're doing is converting underbarrel grenade launchers to shotguns? Is that the only thing they're doing? That's not an anti-drone grenade launcher shotgun. That's just a grenade launcher shotgun that you're using to bring down drones. There are actual shotgun shells for grenade launchers. Just use those. First of all, you're going to get a much bigger spread. And second of all, it doesn't mean, it means you don't have to go through the process of making sure you pull that out and put a real grenade in. What? Don't think for the well, then make one of those instead if they don't already have it. If they don't have a grenade launcher shotgun shell, then make one. Don't do this.
By the troops. Our task is to fulfill the troops with the Rozhyanka product in a short time.
It's a metal pipe with a spacer.
Later the same day, they shared their first videos demonstrating the adapter. In the first video, the adapter is shown being loaded with a 12-gauge cartridge and then inserted into a GP25, just as the grenade would be. A second short video shows the adapter being used to shoot down a commercial quadcopter drone.
Does Russia not have an equivalent to the master key? Nope, that's not what I want. I will admit I expected it to blow up just because that's how these things... Use a freaking master key. There's a ton of normal underbarrel shot... I don't know why it finally chose to... Okay. You can get pump action, you can get single shot, you can get some really fancy stuff like the mall over here. There's magazine fed ones. So instead of 40 millimeter, you get 12 gauge, which is 18.53 millimeter. Yeah. Grenade launcher shotgun shells. There's so many variants that would be so much better than a metal pipe with a spacer. And admittedly, some of them are a metal pipe with a spacer, but some of them aren't. I don't need to do better. Everyone else already has. I thought this was going to be like some kind of innovative, unique thing. And no, it's a metal pipe with a spacer. Oh yeah, the 22, what is it? The Hornet's Nest round. Which you could also argue is better because if you rifle each of the little, I don't know if they are, but if you rifle each of the little holes in it, now when you fire, you're getting a very accurate wall of lead, which, I mean, you know, shotguns don't have the spread video games think they do, but that's still going to be more accurate. I'm having trouble here. I'm having real trouble here processing the fact that their anti-drone grenade launcher is a pipe with a spacer. For taking out a drone, less spread is better. Oh, yes. Especially since you're probably doing it at longer ranges. You're probably doing it at longer ranges than typical, like, quote-unquote, skeet shooting type shotgun. use. So having a bunch of rifled 22 long rounds fired out, assuming you're not just going for volume of fire, which you might be, I don't know, that is probably better for actually getting one of them to hit the target. I was warned this was boring. I'm hoping my ranting makes it more entertaining, because I can do a metal pipe with the spacer. Do you have any idea how easy it is to do this? You don't even need the grenade launcher.
On their Telegram channel, the company posted a pair of photographs showing targets shot with an adapter at 30 meters. They claim 5mm of penetration, but don't mention the length of the adapter's barrel. From one of the photographs Ingra shared, it appears that the Rozhanka was developed in 3 barrel lengths, estimated to range between 2 and 5 inches in length. On around the 5th of May, the company released a slicker video demonstrating the adapter. The design appears simple. It has interfaces that allow it to be loaded and held in the GP25's barrel. Once inserted, this aligns the cartridge, which is loaded into the adapter's breech, with the GP25's firing pin. To unload the adapter has to be released from the launcher by depressing the grenade release catch. Then the spent case is manually extracted from the adapter and a new cartridge is loaded. The video also shows a rear sight adapter which is fitted to aid aiming the weapon. On the 10th of May, I spoke to one of the company's representatives before the adapter had been launched on the company's website. He explained that it would be available soon and that it would cost around 12,000 rubles, or $130. On the 14th of
You can go to Home Depot and make that for less than $130. No, it doesn't even have an extractor lever. You can go to Home Depot and make that for less than $130. I don't have my arm tracking on, so you can't see me flailing and holding my face. $130 for each of these. Go to Home Depot and you could find a metal pipe and like maybe a PVC or something spacer that you can fit around it. I guarantee you're not spending $130. I'm not gonna look this up on stream because sometimes they get hit for instructions on constructing yada yada yada. But there is absolutely no way that costs $130 in materials. Yeah, and 30 meters is not much for what you're doing. What I would do, if we're going the metal pipe route, I would scrap the idea of the grenade launcher entirely. And I would do like 4 pipes. Like seriously, something comes wailing in, you don't want it to carry on momentum and drop a grenade within 5 minutes. Yes. So here's what I would do. I would set up maybe, say, a 4-barrel pipe launch version with either some kind of sequential firing pin or just a block firing pin that fires all 4 at once. Forget the grenade launcher entirely. Just strap this thing on, preferably with longer barrels, so you've got this like your trigger mechanism probably as close to the magazine as you can get without actually blocking the rocker on AKs to give you a little bit more range. And then you get it so that it's either firing 4 in rapid succession, 4 semi-automatic, or at its absolute cheapest, you're just volley firing. Did we drop? Are we gone? It doesn't say I dropped. I don't have a drop. I don't have a drop listed. Okay. So you're just volleying 4 barrels simultaneously out at the target. At that point, it doesn't matter if each individual barrel is only accurate out to, let's say, 30 meters. You've got 4 times the shot flying in the air in a big spread.
Of May, the adapter was launched on Ingra's website at a lower than expected cost of 9,300 rubles, or $102. The adapter is currently listed as unavailable on Ingra's website, but posts on the company's social media urge interested parties to contact them directly to order. In a video shared on the 13th of May, Ingra
If this was like being made by the soldiers in the field, I would be much more generous with it. Because this is literally, we don't have any other solution, so we're just scavenging for parts and making these things. The fact this is an officially manufactured thing, when there are so many better options that already exist, or that would be just as cheap to make and work better, is just... I said it before, I'll say it again. Doesn't matter what happens, Russia has already lost the war.
Demonstrated the operation of the adapter and also noted that it is compatible with the GP25, GP30 and GP34 pattern grenade launchers. Ingra's website provides some specifications and confirms that the adapter is only available in 1 barrel length, rather than the 3 previously seen. The adapter is 250mm or 9.8 inches long, and weighs in at 340 grams or 12 ounces. The manufacturer states that it has an effective range of between 15 and 35 meters, that's 50 to 115 feet, against a target with a 500mm or 19.6 inch cross-section. The adapter can be used with 2 3/4 and 3-inch loads, and has a warranty for up to 100 rounds of the Siberia 32-gram No. 3 12 gauge, which is Ingra's
100 rounds. $100 rounds. They are only rating these things for 100 rounds. It's a steel pipe. At least I hope it's made out of steel. I have seen homemade pipe shotguns from like the 30s that people still use and are perfectly fine. And it's just a slam fire. It is basically a pipe inside a larger pipe so that it has a continuous direction it goes, with a nail for a firing pin. I can't. What did I miss? Thank you very much. Who sent me all that stuff? Rippy, thank you. Holy crap. Thank you very much for the lots of mana. Very appreciated. Thank you. Is it because the blast is so inefficient that it's damaging the grenade launcher unit? I don't know. I'm almost sitting here going, okay, is it like made out of some low iron zinc composite type stuff where it's a super low quality mixture type, barely steel? Might be it's so poorly made that the barrel of the shotgun is getting blown out. Yeah, so it could be made out of non-hardened or improperly hardened steel that's like got zinc and stuff thrown in to make it cheaper and lower the cost even further. despite the fact that it should not be $100 to begin with. I mean, I don't own a grenade launcher, but I almost want to go out to Home Depot and buy the materials to make one of these, just to prove it doesn't cost $100 to make one of these. And probably with better quality steel too. Oh my gosh.
Recommended load. 2-gram number 3 for up to 100 rounds of the Siberia 32-gram number 3 12 gauge, which is Ingra's recommended load. The adapter comes with instructions, a rear sight adapter, and a small pouch. On the 16th of May, Ingra shared another range video featuring a Russian combatant trying out the adapter against a floating balloon. The adapter is being used in a GP25 mounted on an AKMS with a PBS-1 suppressor. The combatant testing the adapter notes the importance of seating the cartridge fully in the breech and keeping your hands clear of the muzzle in case of accidental discharge.
Oh, you don't say! Grenade launchers in general, I mean, their firing pins are not designed the same way that rifle and shotgun firing pins are. They tend to be bigger and chunkier, which means it has a greater chance of accidentally setting it off.
He suggests having the GP25 on safe to avoid an accidental discharge, hinting that one may have occurred earlier.
Mm-hmm.
He also demonstrates using a rod to push the spent cartridge case out of the adapter's breech.
Yeah.
Now the adapters are available, it remains to be seen if and when we'll see them in use in the field with Russian troops. The system is clearly well thought out, simple to manufacture, and potentially fairly effective at under 40 meters. It adapts a readily available infantry weapon to a pressing new role, and may also have some close-quarter anti-personnel applications. It undoubtedly provides the operator with a means of engaging a drone, but it also has drawbacks. The reloading process is comparatively slow, meaning that the user is likely to only have one chance to engage a drone if it's one of the faster FPVs, and is unlikely to otherwise match a conventional shotgun in terms of reload times when firing at drones
or
engaged
accuracy
in munitions dropping or observation. It also means that the Grenadier has to choose what to have loaded ready in his GP25 in various situations. The limited availability of underbarrel grenade launchers in general also means that depending on the unit, only one soldier per squad is likely to have the ability to use the adapter. Thanks for watching, guys. This is the first in a series of videos looking at...
Yeah, there's
some
nothing
other
well thought
adapters
out about
that have been...
this. There's nothing well thought out about this. Compared to Assault Shed, this is kind of thought out better. No, the Assault Shed, I say, is still smarter. One moment. Bum, ba-dum, 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 ba-dum. Okay, allow me to demonstrate a couple things. Now, I'm going to mute. I do not know what music or what these people say, so I'm going to mute these videos. I just want to show you this to make a point. So this is built out of a black pipe from Home Depot, gun accessory from eBay, from Marsh Life. And I am going to link the videos, but like I said, I am muting them just in case. Because I don't know if I'm going to get copyright or not. So this is some of these are fancy, some of these are not, but these are the exact same concept. Steel pipes set up as well. we'll get to that, but these are just steel pipe shotguns. These are the exact same concept, but done better. This guy does not list how much it's cost. He might be saying, is he not going to show the firing? No, he's not going to show the firing. But this is just a visual example. And it's the exact same concept. You need to decide if you want to use your highly effective and reliable anti-personnel grenades or this, which will destroy a weapon. Yeah. So here's another one. There we go. Here is a 410 Derringer. It's another Home Depot build. Again, it is the exact same concept, but done better. Yeah. And finally, one that I have seen before. This is, as noted last show, rednecks can do some interesting things. Well, it's interesting that you say that. This one I will put the audio on because I've seen this video before.
On the internet, a person can find several examples of homemade slamfire shotguns. They all have one thing in common. They're all single shots. So I decided to make a homemade slamfire shotgun that has a detachable magazine. This magazine holds 8 shotgun shells. Here's my slamfire. In order to get a bullet or shotgun shell into the chamber, you pull this pin, the magazine. The spring in the magazine pushes the shotgun shells up against the bottom of the barrel. When you move the barrel forward, in each case the process is to load the first shotgun shell. So, to fire it, you just aim and slam it rearward. Works pretty good. When you move it forward, that ejects a spent shotgun shell and starts the process of loading another shotgun shell. If you have the time, the tools, and the talent, you can build a homemade shotgun just like this one. All you have to do is go to gordsghostguns.com. There's a link below for more information. And I thank you for your time.
You don't even, I mean, yeah, the magazine part is like,
It's fun to shoot.
the magazine part is without a doubt the fanciest part there, but it also is my point. It's to prove my point that what the Russians are doing as an official military product can be done so much better with a trip to Home Depot and half the budget. That is the most metal magazine I've seen in a while. Yeah. You could... Well, look, he's using the Russian anti-aircraft shotgun. They have these. They're made out of failed anti-aircraft guns, which they have a lot of. There are so many better things they could be doing instead of taking a pipe and some spacers and shoving it down a grenade launcher. It's good to have a few rednecks around in a war. Yeah. I mean, all right. Let's say you have to do this, okay? I'm actually going to figure this out right now. Let's say you have to do an... notice how this failed gun is made from a previous failed weapon project that was scrapped from another even worse project. All right. So here's what you do. Instead of using the grenade launcher at all, we're going to take a properly sized and materialed metal pipe. We're not gonna weld anything. Instead, what we're going to do is we're just going to use a metal clamp to put a foregrip on it, okay? So this is a metal pipe with a foregrip, and on one end you could put the you put the shell in. We have now established barrel foregrip for a slam fire shotgun. Next, we're going to take a larger pipe that this slides in, like what he made. We're going to cut a slot for the clamp to go through so you have it properly angled and covered. And at the end of the pipe, we're just going to have a, we're just going to clamp and hammer and fold down a piece of metal with a nail sticking out the back. Okay? This can be clamped to any AK you want. You don't need the grenade launcher. It is a slam fire single shot shotgun. And if you absolutely need a safety, all you need to do is create a little piece of metal that you'll wedge up underneath it. Maybe use like some door locking bolts in order to keep the thing from sliding out. Though of course now you need to undo them whenever you take it out to reload. Congratulations, we have achieved the exact same effectiveness as the $100 as the $100 grenade launcher shotgun without a grenade launcher, and I would bet good money for a lot less. So basically what we're making is, yep, we're basically just making this front part. Okay? Without even all these extra neat things that he has put on. We're just making the front part and sticking it under an AK. Congratulations! You have done the same thing as this company is selling you. I am... Rant over. I can't. There, I have now designed multiple better shotgun designs than what the Russians used. Again, if this was something, if that was something that the Russians were making in the field when, you know, as sort of desperate, not sure what we're doing, we got to have a solution and we can't wait for the home base to figure it out type thing, I would be a lot more forgiving of the design. The fact that this is a company-made thing is a whole other story. And also, forgive my jitteriness, I need to set up the station and bolt myself into the chair. Actually, I think I'm going to take a very short break, and then I'm going to set up the station and bolt myself into the chair. I will be right back. I returned. And I don't even know why I'm getting so mad about this. Because, I mean, if we want Russia to lose, we want them to be using substandard and inferior options and equipment and solutions. And wasting money on this nonsense. But it's just the fact that this is a... Yeah, bad engineer upsets Chimera's right. It just boggles my mind that some military planner said, yep, this is a good idea. Alright. Let's attach this. There are just so many better things that you could be doing. But no. We're picking the Home Depot option. Thank you, Rippy. Alright, why aren't you going on? Okay. Russian intelligence at its finest, I guess. Oy. More likely, so War Planner said, that's a lot of zeros on this check. You will, yes, I will proclaim your product is a good idea. Fair. That is probably what happened. Given what we've seen, that seems to be how, you know, as much as people make fun of the Western nations doing that, that really seems to be what's happened with most of Russia's stuff. And don't get me wrong, I fully acknowledge that that happens a lot in the West too, but usually, there has to be some kind of working result provided alongside of it. Something that doesn't already exist. Again, we saw all the grenade shotgun shells. No, but those are for the Western grenade launchers. And Russia can't just clone those? All right. Caffeination. 2 out of 5 have been installed. Three out of 5 have been installed. There's no going back now. When the designer and guy who would profit off the AK-12 said the AK-12 is a bad idea. Yeah. The guys making AK-12 said, we will give you a discount on upgrading AK-74s instead. The AK-12 is that bad of an idea. The factory hired to make AK-12s said that they were a bad enough idea that they would rather do something else. All right, that is 4 out of 5. Yes, the fridge is stocked. I also just opened a new one. The bigger problem is if I end up having to go to the bathroom. Okay. Why is... There we go. Five out of 5. I will post a picture this week of my battle station setup. 5 out of 5 installed. Drinks are sort of in range. I did some setup, though we will need to pick something up. I think we're mostly going to end up trying to do some ground stuff. Mostly because they now have the big facilities and I want to check them out. Because I haven't checked them out yet. And again, we have a free fly event right now. You can play the game without having to buy it. Use my code to join. Get 5,000 extra starting credits. I did not get to do all the setup I wanted to do. I hoped to earn more money, but I didn't have a lot of time. I mostly spent money. I did make a little bit of it back and get some extra equipment. Could probably stand to do a little bit more modifications to try to get this a bit more solid. Some of this stuff kind of wiggles. Do I still have that contract? I guess not. Okay, I need to... No. No. Call to arms. So that whenever we kill bad guys, we get paid for it. Now, I think there's usually... Usually for these, there is a contract that's like shows you where the fleet is. I do not see it though. Okay, I do not see a fleet contract, so I'm going to assume no. I meant to set up a new short key for inventory. So, we got our basic stuff. We'll see that I have a bunch of stuff. Some of it I bought, some of it I found, some of it I quote-unquote acquired. I am going to use the setup that you can get right here in ArcCorp. Just as like for show. So you can just get this armor and be set with a backpack and everything. Also, I like how it looks. The Singularity and Nightfire versions of the Orc armor is great. Some of it I found, some of it I quote-unquote found. Yep, I bought the L86. I acquired the arc lights. And the scopes, and the shotgun, and the rifle. Now, I'm not taking the shotgun and rifle to use. I'm taking them to store, and I'll explain then. And I'm gonna, you know what? I'm gonna take the other pistols as well to store. Cool. I also acquired some extra multi-tools, which I will also take. I'm going to equip the med pens and one of my oxy pens. I'm going to have a tractor beam, a cutter, a medical attachment, and a mining attachment, just in case, for my multi-tool, and I will take the rest to also store. Right, I need to actually equip a multi-tool. There we go. I probably could have done a little bit more setup. Some of this I did want to show off, though. For ammo, I am going to equip the L86, and I will store the rest in my pack. Again, to be stored. Nope, I didn't mean to do that. Okay. Yeah, I will take some food. Don't really need to worry about that. Ah, screw it. We will also take the stun gun. I'm just gonna take a bunch of this stuff. Alright. What else is left here? Mostly armor. I'm gonna leave the armor and undersuit here. The rest of that we will take and put in the ship, but we're not gonna do it immediately. Oh, I also found this. which is our default equipment setup and looting menu. Which is really nice. It doesn't let you interact with your local inventory. But this is really, really nice for handling your equipment, and you get a loot menu up here for managing stuff, that your boxes and things. This is great. Not me in a cave shooting football-sized maggots. Yeah, we're gonna get there. Also, the LH-86 is now a machine pistol, and I kind of love it. So we're just going to use the LH-86 to acquire more weapons. Yeah, it no longer brings up this menu. Whenever you go to loot, it brings up the other menu. Oh, there goes some of our... The LH-86 used to be just a generic, like, 10-shot or whatever pistol. Now it's a 25-shot machine pistol, akin to the Lexington in Cyberpunk. I'm gonna have to eat one of those candy bars. I just noticed my food. And like I said, most of the equipment I just showed you that I've equipped, even though a lot of it I just acquired someplace else, you can get at Cubby Blast. So you can just be ready to go. Points for mentioning one of Up 2's favorite pistols in that game. So we are going to check out the expo, but then we're going to take off and see if we can do some things. My frames are having issues. By the way, Riker Memorial Spaceport is named for a real-life fan of the game who very sadly passed. Actually, you know what? With stuff going on, let me put the helmet in my pack. I wanted to carry the candy bar, please. Alright, I'll just eat the candy bar.
Now arrive.
Well, I was gonna eat the candy bar anyways, so... If the sustenance would go up after eating the candy bar, I would appreciate it. Sustenance? Please? Sustenance? I'm having... Yeah, the frame issues aren't as bad as they normally are, and we're on the convention world in the free fly. This is actually really, really good, especially for streaming. Can I please... Candy bar? I need...
Launch Week not only provides an opportunity to celebrate our recent graduates, but also gives our active service members much needed recognition.
Why do you keep dropping the candy bars? Stop that. If you could eat the candy bar, I would really appreciate it. I'm gonna have problems if I have glitched and can't actually get sustenance.
For those with loved ones setting off today to begin their life in the Navy, stop by our friends and family booth to get a better
Why am I
understanding
locked in
of
position
what
now?
we have to look forward to in naval service.
Why am I locked in position now? Why am I not turning with the camera?
To their physical and mental limits. But the real lesson that our divisional officers will impart is that the Navy doesn't excel based on the individual, but as a team, working together.
For centuries, Invictus has been a time for friends and family
What?
to come together
Okay, are we on another glitched server immediately?
service and civic pride.
Are we going to have to exit and come back again immediately? You know what? I've learned from last time. I'm not waiting to find out. I'm just leaving and coming back. I am not spending half an hour trying to solve the problem and hoping it gets fixed. We're just leaving and coming back. And yeah, I'll just get something at one of the food stands. I'm poor, but I'm not that poor. I guess while we wait, I'll mention some of the stuff that I did. So I went and I picked up what's going to be our mothership for most of tonight, Drake Corsair. I like the Great Corsair, but the main problem with a lot of the ships for the kind of mission running I do is a lack of a respawn bed, which is why I've really been begging for the 600i remake. It will get the respawn bed. However, Star Citizen has made a very interesting change to the medical beds overall, with tier 2 beds now, with tier 2 and 3 beds now with tier 3 beds now respawning and limiting the ranges, with tier 2 beds only respawning within 50 kilometers, tier 3 only within 20. And then the tier 1 beds, which are hospital exclusive, are from anywhere. And I actually really like this. I like the idea of range limited respawn point beds, because it gives you a convenience, but forces you to think how you do things and how you use stuff. I know some people have not been liking the changes. I like them personally. I think they're good. I'm good with them. Because now I can do something like trade my regular Ursa for an Ursa Medivac with a tier 3 bed, put it in the back of the Corsair, and now I have limited respawn capability. So if I get killed in a ground mission, I don't wake up halfway across the universe and need to fly back to where I was. As long as the truck is okay, I get to respawn on it. And, you know, so for PvE mission running and stuff, it is really nice to be able to, like, respawn right outside the bunker you were at, have some spare equipment in the truck, grab it, and go. Ah, yeah, shotgun, some of the most powerful and most underused guns in Destiny. Yeah. In video games in general. And as for PvP, now you can set up, you know, for big event type stuff, you can set up team respawn points. you can set up team respawn points to make use of the trucks and the Cutlass Reds and the Pisces medevacs. And for not team stuff where you're, you know, like going in for real PvP combat, it adds just a whole new level of tactical planning that you need to do around. The defenders can have respawn points, but so can the attackers. You gotta take those out if you want to stop people from continually coming back. So, one more bit of stupidry, the anti-drone quote-unquote weapon. The Mon 50 anti-personnel directional mine has better range and are cheaper. I hate this. I hate this. It hurts so bad. I hate this in our Russian surplus made since 1965. Ah, no, no, it hurts. It actually hurts my brain to think about this. It hurts my brain to think about the boneheaded decision making going into this. All right.
Welcome to Invictus Launch Week.
Thank you.
Duty, tradition, service. We salute those taking their first step to their new life in the UEE Navy. Welcome to Invictus Launch Week.
All right, I'm just gonna have a piece of watermelon. So they have surplus and unused weapons in storage somewhere that would work better than a $100 pipe to fire a shotgun shell from a grenade launcher. Yep.
Duty, tradition.
Am I just not going to get
We salute those
sustenance?
step to their new life in the UEE Navy.
Is that what's happening right now?
Invictus Launch Week. Duty, tradition, service. We salute those taking their first step to their new life in the UEE Navy. Welcome to Invictus.
Can I have my burrito, please? Oh, there we go. Oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Are you kidding me? I should have just exited out. I haven't fallen through the ground in like 2 years. And now I'm back in arson. I finally managed to eat something and then I died. And all my equipment's gone. It might still be at ArcCorp. It's probably not. I thought that when you, like, died in the cities, they automatically, I thought when you died in the cities, they automatically, brought you to the local hospital. Do they not do that anymore? All right, well, the good news is I have a bunch of equipment that I just own here. The bad news is we got to do this. Ba-ba-dum. Stuff I don't mind losing. Let's get a better filter here. Let's start with core. Because I really can't afford to be rebuying stuff right at the moment. Yeah. Let's use the arrow. Arrows is another decent armor set. Where's my arrow arms? What happened to the arrow arms I have? Really? All right. Yeah, I have acquired quite the collection, so I really don't need to buy stuff, but some of the stuff is rare and I don't want to just give it up to accidents and, well, stuff like what just happened. But I guess I'll learn to live with it. Yeah, I know I can buy terracotta. Alright, fine, be that way. I'll just wear the Overlord set. I admittedly don't normally use the Overlord set, so... And I know I can buy terracotta Morozov stuff. I am unhappy about that though. All that work. Alright, Pyro multi-tool. Shove a tractor beam in my pocket. Shove a mining attachment in my pocket. Shove a medical attachment in my pocket. Shove a cutter attachment in my pocket. Bum, ba-dum, bum, bum. Alright, let's take... I'm still gonna stick to the LH-86. I am probably going to need to buy ammo for the LH-86. Oh, no, I have some LH-86 ammo here. Sweet. Alright, I got a multi-tool, equipment. I don't have any med pens. I guess I can live with this and scavenge the rest, because I don't feel like wasting all my equipment over and over again. Also, I kind of like the challenge of starting with a pistol and gathering equipment as I go. That is always fun. So, we have our armor, we have our undersuit, we have our gun, we have our multi-tool. I've lost some of my startup again. There goes the money again. But it could be worse. Watch, I'm gonna fall through the elevator now. Unfortunately, we now have to find... I did not have the money to buy better engines. None of my ships are going to be fast. Okay, before we go, where is the fleet? Maybe we could just do the fleet first. Change back to the fleet sign. Please change back to the fleet sign. Please change back to the fleet sign. You're not going to change back to the fleet sign for me, are you? You're not changing back to the fleet sign. I figured maybe we could try to stop by the fleet on our way in. But I need to know where the fleet is to do that. Okay. What do I have that's reasonably fast out the gate?
The next shuttle is approaching the station.
Man, I haven't fallen to the ground like that in a long time.
Last call for passengers. The shuttle is preparing to depart.
Please clear the hatch. Shuttle will be departing.
No, there isn't a marker. There used to be a marker that you could get so you could see where the fleet was and just follow that.
Approaching next station. If this is your stop, please prepare to disembark.
Last call for passengers. The shuttle is preparing to depart. The next shuttle is approaching the station. Miss your shuttle? Not a problem. Another shuttle will be along shortly. Last call for passengers.
We were so close. Note to self, don't buy a burrito at the convention center, apparently. Cursed torpedo burrito.
One crack, aviation. Crusader Industries proudly presents the Hercules.
Is this free equipment?
Standard-setting, all-purpose tactical star liner chassis. From airborne assaults to supply drops, the Hercules excels. As the premier ship in its class, it sets the standard for galactic transport on a massive scale. Contact your Crusader Industries to find out more.
Oh,
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
okie dokie. What's a reasonably fast ship in FTL? The Pisces is pretty good. And it has good atmosphere, so we can use it to
Vehicle select. Your
use it for
vehicle has
jumping
been
down
selected
into
for
the
first
atmosphere.
visitors again. Goodbye.
Burrito health warning contains fat, salt. May lead to indigestion, gas, bloating, and terminal velocity phasing through the planetary crust. Yeah? No, it's from Torpedo Burrito. I don't know why the quick comms isn't working, so I've just had to use this still. I've tried setting it multiple times.
You are clear to launch.
It makes you the torpedo. Oh no.
You are clear to launch.
Landing gear raised.
Thank you, and please visit again.
This is just a little shuttlecraft. But it does its job very well. Most people agree. Pisces is one of the best ships in the game. Uh-oh. Why can I not switch views? Why won't it let me switch back to views? Star Citizen, what are you doing? Thank you. Thank you! Ah! Give me a panic attack. Yeah, this game's having some issues. Also, I think our new visitor is having a bit of a stroke or something.
Quantum drive is now on. Quantum drive is now off.
Yeah, it's showing me where my old body is, but I don't think I'm going to be able to retrieve it.
Quantum drive is now on.
Yeah, I don't think I'm getting my stuff back. And Odyssey is having a brain hemorrhage again. Goody. And there's a medevac version of this too that I'm sure will be much more popular, given the new changes. No, I mean, as a shuttlecraft, the cargo variant is still going to be very, very useful. I guess technically the Ursa's cargo variant will too, being able to still carry more people and things. It's just that now being able to function as mobile respawn points is going to be a huge, huge, huge change in the dynamic, even if very short range ones. Now, because the Carrot can carry officially one Pisces and one Ursa, you can fit, I think, 2 or 3 Pisces really in the top if you don't use the landing pad like you're supposed to, as you do in this game. So that means a Carrot coming in fully crewed on its way into a place, can deploy multiple flying respawn points to go find places to hide, and then once it lands, deploy a roving ground respawn point. So it's really going to be an amazing PvP base now. And like I said, some people are like, but that's no fun. Why not send it back to... Where's the fun in sending people back to their home base? Now you have to think tactically. Now you have to hunt down the respawn points.
Quantum fuel is at 75%.
Now it's a whole new game of playing whack-a-mole with respawn points on top of standard PvP. But at the same time, now you have to defend respawn points instead of just being able to charge in a wave. I need the money to buy some better engines. Is it? I think it might actually be my keyboard controller that's having the issues. That might not be Star Citizen. That might be my keyboard controller. Alright, I've turned it off and on again, as is the standard issue go-to for this kind of stuff. Alright, Odyssey is just gonna have an issue.
Quantum drive is now off.
Alright, almost there.
Quantum drive is now on.
All right, spaceport, spaceport, spaceport. Okay. Is that it over there? Nope, that is not it. That is also not it. It is definitely this keyboard, darn it. I charged this thing. Well, why is the spaceport here always such a pain to find? Alright, I see a bunch of ships over there. I'm assuming that's where I'm going. Meanwhile, I'm going to switch keyboards to the one that doesn't work so well while I charge this. Alright, where was I going? Right here. Okay, yes, following the ships was the right move.
Please proceed to assigned landing bay.
Warning.
Okay.
You are leaving a safe zone. Warning. You are leaving a safe zone. Landing gear deployed.
Okay.
That request has already been granted.
I didn't ask you a second time. I didn't ask you a third time either. I didn't ask you a fourth time either.
You are clear to launch.
I didn't ask you to launch either.
You are clear to launch.
There we go.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Please visit us again.
Want your company to be in good company?
Alright, let's try this again from the top, shall we?
Corporate parks offer amenities such as resource sharing and logistical pairing for our rental partners. Inquire today to learn how you can invest in making our club your new home.
The fun slideshow of the convention center. Or the convention center planet, I guess. That's not what I wanted to do. Maybe I got lucky and it like stored all the No. No, why would I get lucky? Why would it make a convenient decision? Hello! Welcome! Yeah, once more. Yeah, once more without going into the planetary core, please. Yeah, my body is underneath the convention center. Nope, I'm not getting my stuff back. You stay away from me! We return to Invictus launch week, this time trying to do it right.
UEE Navy to celebrate the next generation of men and women who are about to join our ranks to defend the Empire.
Alright, you do not have the countdown. You have the schedule. The thing is, we're not doing the full tour. We're just having a look and talking about some stuff. So it's kind of even more frustrating that we had to do this twice. This is still more schedule. So, what's... Alright. We'll start with the upper, go down, then do the wings again. Again, we're not doing the full tours. So, we got the Ares ground attack fighters. The Inferno, which is basically the A-10 of Star Citizen, with its absolutely enormous ballistic Gatling cannon. No, it's a touch sad that they still have election posters from 3 years ago everywhere. We're in a dystopia. Like, people take time to clean up the posters. It's got these underside missile tubes, which can be replaced up to big torpedo tubes, but it also... You can't see it. It also has a missile launch tube that cannot be replaced with and has an internal missile magazine. So yeah, that is the ballistic version for ground attack. And this is the laser cannon version. And besides their paint job and one big gun, they are otherwise the same. Including the ability to replace these lower racks. Big, slow ground attack vehicles. These are the mighty Hercules class cargo transports. You have the civilian version over there. I believe this is... No. I believe this is the military cargo version with a few extra guns, 2 extra gun turrets, but only room for 1 more person. Though it does feature a barracks for landing with troops. The center one is just a big transport, and then this one over here is the A2. Ah, thank you for the follow, Nico Zach. Very much appreciated. I hope tonight finds you well. Please. Thank you. Hello. This is the A2. It is the bomber variant, which means it is mostly cargo bay, but it also carries MOABs. Dem's big bombs. And in spite the constant complaints that this makes ground warfare irrelevant, it definitely doesn't. For one thing, these can be intercepted. And if you manage to shoot it coming out of the bomb bay, there's a 99% chance you're taking the ship out with it. Watching YouTube, last I saw one of your videos. I love them all. Thank you. Last night. Thank you. Very much appreciated. Glad you like it. So yeah, this is a heavy bomber variant, but keep in mind, it is not the be-all and end-all that people claim it is. It's still very good, but it can be stopped. Particular, an angry ballista with lots of missiles will be a very big problem for this. We're actually going to go down right now and just see the... Yeah, it's got 2 MOAB launchers for a total of 4 bombs. Plus whatever you fit in the cargo bay. You can just fill the cargo bay with more bombs, and have people with tractor beams load them into the launcher. I'm pretty sure that works. If not, you can just have them throw them out the back. Which I know works, because I've participated in that kind of nonsense. Here we have the light tanks. I have issues. This is the Storm Anti-Air. I do not have issues. It has 80 anti-air missiles. It's a little single-seater scout tank. It's supposed to have treads. They're removed for the display. And it will just dump 80 missiles into the air. Gee. Ground already isn't sounding too bad, is it? This is the scout tank variant. It's got a twin-linked laser repeater. Or laser cannon, excuse me. Now, here's the problem I have with both of these. Less with that one, more with this one. If the game will stop freezing. The seat is right here in the front, which means you yourself are the first thing shot whenever something's coming at you. So either the armor and shield save you, or you get splatter killed immediately. Mount Jesus is at top speed? No. The A2 is slow and its bombs are not particularly fast either. Worst comes to worst, you could go normal to the planet and let your bombs launch via gravity assist. Well, yeah, that's kind of what it does to begin with. It doesn't really kick them out, so the bombs move slow. But yeah, it's a quick little scout tank, and it is a lot of firepower for one person, but sticking the pilot in the center, I'll show you here. This is not what I'd call a good driver position for a tank. The anti-air I can be okay with because it's not a frontline fighter. This is a scout tank. It's going to be supporting the bigger tanks and running around out front. This thing is designed to be shot at, and you are going to be you are in the center mass shot for this tank. I have many issues with this design. And they all stem from that one design decision, which is a problem. But yeah, your light anti-air tank carries 80 missiles already. Plus, admittedly, this can still point up and start shooting at things. So we're already seeing the ground be able to fight back against air. Over here is some of the Tumbril Cyclone series. And the windshield with no camera. Technically that is all camera. It doesn't actually have a window. It's all camera. But that also means if it loses power or its sensors are damaged, you are blind and you don't have any backup. So next you have the Cyclones. This is the radar scanner variant. It is unarmed, except for maybe if the person in your person riding shotgun has a shotgun. The Cyclone turret. These are the warthogs of Star Citizen. Okay. Cyclone turret. You can replace the gun on the back as you wish. Love how we're just doing tank design reviews now today. I am here to whine about bad military decisions, okay? That is what I do. My co-pilot is my gunner, pretty much. Here, you have a shotgun. That's now your job. So yeah, you got the Tumbril Cyclone. Cyclone turret with its Gatling cannon. You have an anti-air variant where your second person controls these rear-based missile launchers. I cannot remember how many missiles it carries. Like, medieval armor was fun, but getting a full "this is why the tank sucks" stream would be cool too. I might. And then this is... the MT, which also has a gun mount, but it also has missiles. So you've got lots of options. Oh, right. And the missile variant also has an EMP generator. So it has the potential to beat down an enemy ship's shields and then EMP it and just make it fall out of the sky. Meanwhile, this will fire its 4 missiles at you and then blast away with its gun. And again, you can swap out missiles as you see fit. You can swap out guns as you see fit. The EMP generator you're stuck with, but it's an EMP generator. EMPs are cool. The MT, also known as the uncompensating, okay? The thing is, unless they changed it, the anti-air can be operated by one person. So the driver can stop and switch to missile mode and fire instead of needing a co-pilot. You need someone to run the turret and guns on the MT. Uh-oh. Don't do this to me. We're on the convention center planet. Things are iffy. And one of the big reasons why ground is powerful. The Nova tank. Or as now everyone calls it, the Nova Tonk. It is the Tonk. With a massive MT with gun and EMP. It ain't a war crime if it's... no, sorry. The MT has gun and missiles. The AA has missiles and EMP. And then the TR, which is the cheapest of the armed versions, just has a gun. But yes, the Tonk, with its massive projectile cannon. I believe it is rail assisted. It also has a twin-linked laser repeater on top of the turret. And short-range defensive missile launchers. And I have seen these things one-shot fighters out of the sky. I have seen people use that big gun to just snipe ships out of the sky. Game, please. So yeah, the Nova is very much not scared of most things in the air. It's also definitely not scared of most things on the ground. And then you can see you have a sort of more Merkava-like interior compared to a lot of other modern tanks. You have a weapon rack here. You have the ability to maintain the tank from the inside. There's your turret gunner, pilot and co-pilot. Or driver and commander, I guess, is better. Yeah, commander, because the commander can also take control of the twin-link gun, laser cannons on top. They are separate from the main gun, so this can engage 2 separate targets at the same time. I think one or the other has to take over the missiles. You can't have a third take over the missiles. This is, however, drivable by one person. One person can run the tank in its most basic configuration and go World of Tanks. It's not going to be very effective. It's going to be pretty awkward. But you can one-man this if you need to. And the biggest advantage that all this firepower has versus anything in the air is it is incredibly cheap. This stuff costs a fraction of what combat fighters and especially the bombers cost. So you can lock down an airspace because this isn't even all the ground vehicles. but you can lock down an airspace on a budget using ground vehicles versus air vehicles. Here's the thing. The Nova's shields and armor are enough that it can actually take some anti-tank fire. Nova, I showed you the big ground attack aircraft, the Ares, with the big laser cannon, the big Gatling cannon. I have watched a Nova tank sit there and just take it from both of those before turning around and just slamming a single round into the Ares and knocking it out of the sky. The shields and armor on the Nova are really, really thick. And speaking of anti-armor, including stuff that can be used against both ground and air, it's not going to be shown in the demo, in the expo, because they don't do that stuff here. Not only do you have a shoulder-fired rocket launcher as an option, which has a 3-shot burst mode, you also have a shoulder-fired railgun option. Those are your two primary anti-vehicle stuff. Plus, of course, grenade launchers and just machine guns for light vehicles. You got a lot of options for dealing with problems. Please don't freeze. Please don't freeze. Up to once a gun expo, but no only vehicle expos. Oh, but no, only vehicle. Yeah, well, given the Empire is pretty liberal with firearm laws. I mean, if you want a gun expo, you just kind of go down to Cubby Blast and look at what's on the shelves. No! Don't freeze. You can't see it on stream, but it whited out for me. And here is Tumbrel's combat bike. The Ranger. And yes, those are two very large anti-material cannons pointed out the front of it. These are not yet available. They will be available soon. And it is not a hover bike because those cannons will knock it backwards if it fires those. No, it whited out again. Don't do that to me. Up to takes it all back. More motorcycles. So yeah, you've got a lot of ground options for defense on a budget and for making ground attack aircraft regret bothering you. So while there's still a lot of starfighter superiority people mentality, I've been on both sides of the exchange of ground versus air power. I know exactly what both can do. Which can, in fact, do sick tricks if you can get them going fast enough off a ridge. Oh, yes. You can do sick tricks in a lot of the vehicles in this game. Not displayed because they're not available today are going to be the Spartan line of vehicles, which include the Ballista SAM site. It's just a giant roving missile rack that can one-shot most things. And the Centurion quad cannon, which is built on the same platform, but instead of a rack of missiles, it has 4 very, very large gun ports. Also, technically, you can get stuff like the Ursa, which, you know, is technically quote-unquote a rover, but they do have the twin-link light laser cannons on top. You've got an incredible amount of options on the ground. Plus, most of the hover bikes do have some kind of firepower. Not good for defending against air, but it's something. Also, most ground vehicles have really small signatures, so you gotta get real close to get a good targeting effects on them. Which, of course, by the time you get real close, they are shooting back at you. The Spartan, we saw Metal Storm and thought, but what if missiles? That's a really good way to put it. Star Citizen, I'm begging you, don't crash on me. I think after the expo, I'm going to exit out and go into a new server to see if we can get a little bit better. Here we go, some more Crusader options. I really like Crusader's aesthetic. I hate their door placement. Now, if the Mercury Star Runner had a door close to the cockpit, I'd absolutely love it. It is fast, it's maneuverable, it's not the most well-armed ship in the galaxy, but it's okay. It has 2 turrets and other things for friends to do, so you can bring friends along. It has a nice big cargo bay, and it has some decent amenities inside. But the door is on the opposite end of the ship from the cockpit. So every time you want to get in or out, you are making a long trek from one side of the ship to the other. The spirits are almost but not quite as bad. They are much smaller though, so it's not near as miserable. What's wrong with it? The effing door. Yep. I believe this is the cargo variant. Yes, this is the cargo variant. Which you know is ample enough that you can store several less cargo oriented vehicles in it if you wish, which is probably why it's here at a military expo. And I will just sort of demonstrate in the spirits the issues you have. What is this? Oh, this is a component area. Then you have your refresher, your bunks. Now imagine having to make that trek through a ship that's like 4 times the size or more every time you want to get in or out. Because this is the only door in this thing. Yeah, like tanks. Or APCs. Or anti-air trucks. Or technicals. Or a whole lot of bikes. Don't freeze. Don't freeze. Now, there's a reason I saved this spirit for last of this room. Because you didn't think we were done with the ground attack stuff, did you? Did you? Not much on cargo space, but lots on bomb space. The A2 Hercules bomber variant is built for dropping one very large bomb on someone you do not like and creating a very large explosion. The A1 Spirit medium bomber is designed for carpet bombing. And then the front area is the same. Oh, there are 2 Mercuries in here. Huh. Up to played too much Halo. Up to thought those were ODST drop pods. We do not have drop pods yet. There are talks of us getting drop pods, but we don't have them yet. I would not mind drop pods. I've seen people do like bike drops, get on a hover bike and then just drop. Though you gotta be real careful. But most of that happens on moons, so much less gravity with which to accidentally squish with. And I have seen... Oh no, hold on. I've seen people use the Nova tank as a drop pod. I've seen people use the Nova tank as a drop pod. And have it work. Now, only in moons, not over planets, so again, lower gravity. But I have seen people fly Hercules high over moons and just drive out with tanks for what's it called? Steel Rain. This game is full of rednecks testing the limits. Oh yes. This is a game for rednecks with engineering degrees. And the devs long gave up on trying to keep the player base contained, and basically just said, "Here, have your toy. We know you're gonna screw with it somehow." I believe this is Mirai. This is Mirai. Alright, let's start with the ones that I love to hold over the PvP players. The Furies. Which, when unfolded, are basically a little TIE interceptor. These are tiny little snub fighters designed to park it in people's cargo bays, just in case. They lack an FTL engine. They are thin. They have no armor, have very thin shields, but are very overgunned for what they are very fast, and, because they use alien tech, are very maneuverable. One has 4 guns and 4 missiles, and one has, I think, 20 missiles. Yeah, 5, 10, 15, at least 20 missiles. Because there's 5 missiles on each pylon minimum. So you just shotgun missiles at someone and make them have a really bad day. And the reason I say I hold these over certain types of PvP pilots is because the griefers, the ones who think Star Citizen only exists for PvP, they have a problem with these. Officially, it's because you can't use them in FTL, so what's the point in PvPing in them? Really, the problem is people like to use them in pocket carriers for Q ships, and to defend cargo ships, and to defend stations that they're trying to grief at, because with these, you can just very, very quickly reclaim them and go out again and just out-attrition the quote-unquote proper PvP players. Just swarm them to death till they finally get sick of it and go away. Left2 seems to remember the official answer to the question about how things work in the game being, it's not supposed to, but we're sure it will. Yep. So yeah. PvPers looking to grief people who aren't PvPing tend to have an issue with the Furies, which means I, by default, love them. And this comes from someone who does PvP. Left turn wasn't coming in a hurry with the Furies breathing down. Oh, we'll just start here. We will end here. So, we have the Reliant Tana, which is basically if someone looked at a U-Haul and said, I want to use all that space for missiles. I think this also might have like 20 missiles, something like that. By default, it has 2 big guns on the wingtips and 2 slightly less big guns under the wings. You can replace these with turrets that a co-pilot can take control of. And this thing is a B-wing, so it can actually flip up and fly vertically, which is really neat. I like it. I don't have the greatest amount of use for it because I've got... Oh, don't freeze on me! Up to read that as furries. Austin Cyrotuke. I think I pronounced that right. Thank you for the follow. Very appreciated. But yeah, this is a neat little combat ship. It's built out of a regular Reliant. So it's basically a U-Haul because the regular Reliant's a cargo ship. And they said, let's fill all the space with missiles. Nico Zach, thank you for the follow. Very much appreciated. Oh, here we go. Mark Acosta, thank you for the follow. Hi, welcome new people. Did a wave of people just find my YouTube again? Barfew, thank you for the follow. Welcome. The Starfarer Gemini, the military variant. Tillman Ware, thank you for the follow. Hi and welcome. So this is just a giant fuel tanker that I will not be giving you a tour of. Zach Black, thank you for the follow. Hi, welcome. These YouTube follows just come in huge waves. You can see it's got big fuel tanks. I have seen people Heath Bassett, thank you for the follow and welcome. I've seen people take the fuel tanks off and use the racks to store Furies and use this as an improvised carrier. Does YouTube just batch notice following? I don't know. Maybe. The military variant adds these little missiles in the nose, and that's about it. I think maybe some of the guns are upgunned, but it's a fuel tanker. It's not great in combat, though if you use it as a Fury carrier, it's amazing. The fun fact about this thing is it's notorious for people getting lost in it, because it was technically built as an FPS map first, Starship second. Which, yeah, it's as big as an FPS map when you get inside because of all the layers and stuff. People get lost in it. I've been lost in it. I've also been part of search and rescue crews trying to find lost owners who just bought the ship and don't know where they are. But their use as fuel tankers and cargo ships has been seeing them see a lot more use. Plus, again, they make excellent Fury carriers. I think it can support like 12 or 14 Furies. Game's having issues. Game's having issues. That's the Freelancer Miss, the militia variant of the Freelancer. The Freelancer is also a long haul cargo ship by default. But once again, they replaced much of its cargo space. It still has some. And added 28 missiles. I flew a Miss for a long time. It can just hammer you. The original reason why people started requesting tape or paint to make direction signs inside of ships. Yes, people requested the ability to make direction signs. It does still have some space back here. Not as much as a regular Freelancer. But 28 missiles, man. 28 missiles. Oh, we might get kicked out of here. Because the game's having more and more trouble. Convention Center is always a tough place to be. But if I can please get to this section. Yeah, there's someone else talking about getting 10 FPS, which we are at below that at the moment. I just need to get into this next room! It's got doors in the top that opens. It tosses up these missile pods, fires the missiles, ejects the pods, moves the next ones up into position. So it can also launch. So it can also like really launch missiles at targets. This thing will just bombard you. Plus, it has some decent forward guns. It also has a tail gun, and because of the way that the back door opens, I have seen these used as improvised landing craft Normandy D-Day style, with people piled in the back. The tail gun covers the launch, door goes down, everyone out. They're not supposed to be used for that, but I have seen people use them for that. Okay, we just need to finish the center area, and then I will exit out and we can come back in. So we got a couple things here. First, in the center, we have the Razor. These are built as a competitive racing ship, but this particular variant has had stealth coating placed over top of it so that it's a, quote, stealth interceptor. Really, it's a courier ship. They're okay in combat, but I mean, they're very lightly armed. It's relying on its speed and its stealth. It's a courier ship. The idea is you use its speed and its stealth not to fight people, but to deliver small packages from point A to point B. Small, important packets and stuff in your pocket type packages. It has no cargo. And then the new darling, one of the many new darlings of this expo, the Pulse. Hoverbike. And yes, that is a gun on the front. There's also a racing variant that doesn't have a gun, but these have a gun on the front. And it is a Gatling laser cannon. These are functional. Most of the hover bikes are closer to an ATV or 4x4 or some other large ridden vehicle. These are proper light motorcycles. They're very small, they're very portable. You can put them almost anywhere. They are designed to be stuffed anywhere. They're very fast. They're not armored. They are not armored, but the idea is if you just need a bike, you can grab one of these for cheap, toss it in the back of almost any ship, and off you go. You have a ground vehicle. Everything in this game is a variant with a gun attachment, including humans. Yes, and the reason why is because the Imperial Navy is losing a war, and so they are arming their citizens frantically in an attempt to give the general population the ability to defend itself. And I think that's it for the convention. I've just got to check a map to make sure. Not for the whole convention, but just for today. No.
Invictus launch week is a great opportunity to see your taxes at work. As members of the Empire.
Okay, map. If I exit out, I'll just respawn back at the hotel with my gear, so I can do that safely. Okay, that's everything. I'm out of here. Who was it that was comparing this stuff to the Halo stuff? I'd love to get what he thinks of all this. Or she. I don't think they actually said, but you know what I mean. Alright, while this processes and gets itself figured out, I think I'm going to unbolt myself from where I am and take another short break. While this decides if it's going to work or not. I might have to exit out and come back. Yeah, I think I'm going to close Star Citizen entirely and then and give it like a fresh log off, log back on. So I will be back as soon as I finish unbolting myself from the chair. Just got 2 more screws. Freedom! I will be back. Hello, I return and I apologize for taking so long. That was not intentional. That was not what I expected to happen. Okay. I do have some interesting news as part of what I found while I was stuck, though. So, we all remember the N64 recompiled that I was using for Majora's Mask. Well, apparently they made a generic version requiring a little more setup. It should work for any Nintendo 64 game. I need to investigate it, but if it's true, well, then I have a whole slew of Nintendo 64 games that I get to add on to the list of possible things to play. Because I have my Nintendo 64 library, but am nervous about using the Nintendo 64 itself because it is a very old and very well-used machine. But if I can dump my ROMs from the Nintendo 64 into the recompiler to play it on PC, I can play all those old games. Ratchet & Clank is not a Nintendo 64 game. However, it is a Sony game, which means I can just emulate it and not care about their fits over piracy. I will be looking into that too. Because remember, it's not piracy if buying isn't owning. Sony. I'm just going to actively antagonize them now. I can't figure out if you've made it or if they assume you're super, super desperate when an OnlyFans girl is asking follow for follow. Instead of just saying, hey, do you want to buy my stuff? Oh, you don't like how I'm treating customers on the day I'm set to retire? What are you going to do? Fire me? Can I please move this? Please? Thank you. Moved. Alright, let's get off this planet and actually do things for the last little bit of the stream. Honestly, seems like an opportunity to see what they are willing to do. The OF girl. Oh, I thought you meant like pick a fight with Sony. I thought you meant pick a fight with Sony and see what they were willing to do. Which I'm kind of doing on a very low level anyways. The OnlyFans girl? No, everyone who ever did, hey, do you want to do follow for follow, always unfollows like a day afterwards. Yeah, we gotta get off this planet. They're just running around begging for follows so that their numbers will get padded and hoping that the people that agree don't realize they're just gonna unfollow immediately. That's why I generally just ignore them. It's just the fact that it's an OnlyFans girl that's like, holy crap. I don't think I've ever seen anyone that didn't just look down on me completely as a VTuber. And say, oh, are you one of those anime internet people? You must be really lonely. Want to subscribe to my OnlyFans? Also, the Sony thing I'm doing myself with Google and just wait until they realize I'm working against them. Or know I exist. Yeah, good luck. We can get off this planet. The slideshow should call it quits. But Convention Planet is always the worst. The servers generally have issues during Free Flight Day because the population, like, 10x's. Keep in mind, though, that Star Citizen it consists of 2 full-size star systems. So the fact that we're not seeing a whole lot of people here does not mean there aren't a lot of people on. Just means there aren't a lot of people here. Also, while we're here, I'm going to show you guys something quick. Drake Interplanetary is never invited to these because their ships are notorious for being used by pirates. So they always rent out a space nearby to have what they call Drake Defense Con, where it's just their ships in a big showroom being like, see? You can buy our ships instead of all that overpriced junk. Now, it's usually not open on the same day, so I don't think it's going to be open right now. They usually, like, follow. Well, we'll see if they're open. They usually follow the convention instead of competing at the same time. Nope. They're not open yet. But they do this every year. How dare you not include us?
That's all.
They're constantly picking fights with the other companies and being like, would you stop calling us pirates? There's such lore for in-universe company. It is.
It takes all of us working together to keep ArcCorp safe and secure. Be vigilant and report possible threats every
Vehicle
time.
select. Your vehicle has been delivered to the. Please visit us again. Goodbye.
Alright, if we take this up to by Genie Point, things should be better. What hangar did it say?
The latest
5.
information. Be sure to check the departure and arrival boards, conveniently located throughout the spaceport.
There was a whole kerfluffle of when Drake was advertising the Kraken. They used a bunch of Aegis Dynamics starships to represent the pirates that the Kraken was defending miners from, and Aegis threw a fit, like threatened to sue Drake over being represented as the company that sells to pirates. Made funnier by the fact that Aegis Dynamic ships are actually some of the most popular pirate ships in the game. In spite Drake's reputation. Or were. I guess with some of the new ships, especially the Corsair, Drake's been back into the pirate game. Unofficially, of course. I still get a little uncomfortable in spite the number of Drake ships that I fly because of their catchphrase die flying or die trying. It's like, is there an option that doesn't involve dying? I hit the wrong button. The fact that there is a pirate game. We aren't the pirate company. We just have better sales than you. Would win a boxing match, Frank Sinatra, or I have no idea. All right, let's push the right button this time. I heard Drake and my went to totally different world. Oh, tell him about the. Oh yes, when I was setting up. When I was setting up and picking up the rover, some idiot attacked me. Except I left my shields on because I always leave my ships on when I land. A lot of people are like, "No, shut your ship off entirely." No, I just turned the engines off. So my shields are still on, and this guy shows up, starts shooting at me, and I still had time to load up, run to the other side of my ship, and get flying, and then shoot him down. And it's like, what was your plan?
Landing gear up.
And it wasn't like some NPC pirate or anything. Because I asked them what their plan was, and their response was to complain about my shields being up. Like, duh, my shields are gonna be up. Someone might try to attack my ship. Yeah, which one of us is spiraling to their death right now? That's why my shields were up. Alright. If we can get to Bygenie Point, we should get out of this slideshow. I like this new map so much. It's really nice. No, we're still gonna have to deal with the slideshow? Really? Oh, wait a minute. Oh, that might be why there's a slideshow. The fleet might be there and everyone's in orbit. We might have done this at the perfect time. We might have done this at the exact perfect time. I think we did this at the right time. Unfortunately, we're in night, so it's hard to see. Let's see. I'm not sure where what is. There should be some naval vessels floating around. Nope, this is a fireworks show. The planet is between us and the sun. Hold up, where? Oh, did they just jump out? I think they jumped out. Come on. No, that's a defense satellite. Ah, those are more defense satellites. There's supposed to be an Idris and a Polaris flying around. Please don't hit me. Hold on. You're gonna be another defense turret, aren't you? You're another defense turret. Oh, I'm sad. I thought I caught them. What are the fireworks for, then? What are the fireworks for if the ships aren't here? All right. Well, let's dock up and get our base ship for the last, what, 20 minutes of the stream? Yeah. Please?
Please proceed to assigned landing bay.
Well, we'll still have next weekend yet. Landing gear, please. Thank you.
Landing gear down.
You are clear to launch.
Landing complete.
You are clear to launch.
Engines offline.
Come on, let's get out of the slideshow. The nice thing is we don't need to worry about landing to log out. We could just get in a bed and log out from there. Oh my gosh, slideshow, please.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
Store the cutter. Retrieve the Corsair.
Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location. Please visit us again. Goodbye.
Oh, this is gonna be tough in the slideshow. Thank you very much for the mana, Rippy. Very appreciated. Very appreciated. Thank you for the on fire. See how this is an elevator near the front of the ship? Yeah, the Mercury Star Runner doesn't have that. That drives me insane. Drives most people insane. All right. No? Okay. This keyboard is having some unfortunate problems. I decided to try one last time. The one keyboard I was using, still having issues. I am concerned.
You are clear to launch.
Come on. Okay, I think that's open wide enough. Yeah. It is also a very B-Wing-esque starship. Power Wash Simulator is just what I need to cool off after struggling with a mission in Destiny so much I felt like I was about to break something. Woof. Alright. Nope, that's not what I want. I want the map. No, I want contracts. All right. Protect site trial contract. This should be a good test of our setup. Okay. I really, really hope. Well, we're already starting to get out of the slideshow, so that's good. It could still be better, but it's definitely better. A Drake Interplanetary Corsair with a spiffy new paint job. They don't normally come in blue. Why is Power Wash Simulator so therapeutic? No idea. Now, we don't want to land too close. Because if we do, the defense turrets will start taking pot shots at us. Alright, there is the station. Let's get our gear down. Gear down. Uh-oh. Gear down. Do not 40K, 30K on me. Do not 30K on me. Okay. 30K is the server disconnect. Landing gear. Oh no. No! Oh my gosh, I can't believe I saved it. Landing gear. I don't know why my landing gear isn't... There we go. Holy crap. I may have, in my frustration, accidentally hit the engine shutoff button. Nope. Okay, that's down now. Engine shut off. As a reminder, I had time to do all of that when loading this up, when that idiot was attacking me, and it was a player. Set the medevac as my primary respawn point. So I will respawn in the medevac if I die.
Welcome to Roberts Space Industries. Enjoy the ride. System check.
Welcome to my fantastic driving. I really need to get... I did not get the ground controls set up for this, and I really need to. Welcome back. Welcome to my fantastic driving. You know what? We're doing third-person driving for... Oh, no. Why? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Are you effing kidding me? Seriously. Yeah, we are now playing Mass Effect, and I hate it. I may be able to save this. You've got to be kidding me! Why is this immediately the first thing that happens? Ah. I'm gonna nudge the ship if I can't free this in a second. I'm gonna try one last time. Oh my... I hate this. I hate this! Okay. No, don't you dare. Oh yes, it is very speedy. Very speedy indeed. There's a spirit, there's an avenger. There's a Scorpius. Well, I was a single try away from the ship nudge, so you got real close. I wonder. Do these still restore food and drink? They do! Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, this is amazing. I'm not super excited about doing FPS in a slideshow, but I think that the server is just having a bad day. Unfortunately. This is the only weapon I have on me, because I'm going to steal stuff from these guys.
Better look into this. It's not right. I'm gonna go check it out.
Good time to take a walk.
They're around here somewhere. Keep at it.
Crap, I can't see if that's a pirate or not.
It wasn't nothing.
Letting him escape. Unacceptable, damn it. Let's see what's going on.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ah, crap, this guy's coming for me first. Oh, I think they're gonna get me. They're gonna get me, but you know what? I no longer am in horrible shape. Because guess where I respawn? And now there's a bunch of guns for me to steal right around my body. And a few fewer guys. Yeah, the enemy making sure I'm dead. I did manage to get some stuff preemptively installed. No weapons though, which is going to be an issue. But I can do this at least one more time. Also, the slideshow really doesn't help. It being it being so laggy is not helping. That's not why I died. Well, it contributed, but yeah. So I'm just gonna go down there, sneak down, steal a gun, clear the area immediately around me, and finish the mission. Because I can now just grab all my equipment I had and put it back on. But I do need to be careful. Because I am not armed. I can do stealth attacks. If I can sneak up behind someone, I can stealth attack them.
Let's see what the hell that was.
There's guys right there.
Fire away!
And they saw me.
Yes, I'll go take a look. I do everything round here.
At least I get one more shot at this. Yeah, there's a gun right there in their line of sight. Oh, he's going where I was. Stealth takedown. Stealth takedown. Oh, they're all here. They're all here. No, grab the gun. Grab the gun. Okay. I did get one of them. I did get another one of them. I want to try something. It's really dumb and it's really stupid, but I want to try it. Yeah, if they move back, I have easy weapons to get. Cause of death, didn't get to the gun on time. I was hoping I would automatically pick up the gun. Okay. Before I use my other jumpsuit, I'm gonna try something really dumb. Oh! It's not the first time I've run out in space. I was kind of hoping one would be on the elevator. I was really hoping one would be on the elevator that I could take down, steal all his gear, and then try again.
What the hell? People don't just disappear.
Oh, they're right here. And immediately left. Holy crap. Sure, you guys do that. I gotta loot my own body. Oh, of course you saw me.
Let's see what's going on.
Oh! Uh-oh. Uh-oh! No! Where's the pistol? Give me the pistol! No, they got me. But I can keep doing this now.
That's worth checking out.
I can keep doing this. Literally, I can do this all day. Cause of death again, not getting the pistol. Yeah, my cause of death keeps being not getting the gun in time. I'm just gonna do another run-in. Because I can now. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave this open. I'm not super worried. Though the issues with the lag aren't going great. Not gray levels of masochism. Zai seems to enjoy getting shot now. Don't say that. Don't say that! I keep hoping there's gonna be like one guy on the... What? No! No, don't do that! Ah! Well, this may be it. The server's been dying for a while. We should have seen it coming. Yeah, as in Gray still plays. It could still potentially recover. It could still potentially recover. So we're gonna wait. But yeah, this is probably it. Yeah, the fact that chat is still working does mean it might recover. But it might not. Well, mission, it canceled the mission. I gotta get out of here. I don't think I can recover my stuff. It doesn't give you a lot of time to get. Please close the door. Thank you. The problem is, if I'm trespassing, I get a crime stat. I don't want a crime stat. I gotta get out of here. I hate those mission bugs, though. That drives me nuts. Alright, at least I did it the way I did, so that I still have stuff like a jumpsuit and helmet as a backup. If I wanted to risk the crime stat, I would give it a shot, but not with this slideshow of a server, because the server is still dying. It recovered from that crash, but it is still in the process of dying. So I might as well just get out of here and call it, since I can't get my payday. That's disappointing. But the Ursa Medevac has proven to be well worth the price of admission. Because without the Ursa Medevac, even that little bit would not have gone well. And I still technically got paid. Thanks to Call to Arms, I should still have gotten a little bit of money from killing those guys. I'll play this game over the week and make sure to build up a little bit better. Also get vehicle controls set up so that it is way easier to drive. Because with keyboard and mouse, you just have foot on the gas pedal, foot not on the gas pedal. You don't really have... I would like to go half of my maximum speed, please. That is not an option with keyboard and mouse. Oh, it somehow returned my helmet. Okay. Whatever. Alright, what's going on? Why am... Okay. Yeah, between the slideshow and the all or nothing controls, thank you. I do think I'm doing decently well. It's just like playing Mass Effect. But it's still not great. A better server, because this is definitely server, not my computer for once. And smoother controls. And this would just be so much better in every way. I know from actually driving decently when I have good controls. No, it's just... It's not being in an Aussie server, it's being in a... It's playing this game during the middle of a convention week. Which means all the servers are very stressed. And having issues. And this server is on the edge of dying and needing to be reset. At least they give you time to avoid the trespassing, but as you can see, I have a radar. Someone has locked radar on me. Which is probably the defense turrets. So we are just going to not be here. So I lost a bunch of equipment. I'll check before I log up, see if I got any money out of that at least. Disappointing, but this is what you get for playing on a dying server. See, also side note, I just got hit with 15-second stream lag and almost thought your system crashed there. Oof. Oof, oof. Yeah, not a great night. Me falling through the floor should have been a clue. I should have just figured, oh, this isn't going to work tonight and did something else. But yeah, I still got to try. Alright, I'm going to get a heal in. Yeah, no one who's familiar with how my streams of this game goes should be surprised at what's going on. Just fell over. Get a heal. Because the cold did some serious damage. Thanks to me not having proper cold protective armor on. Another reason why having these is great. All right. Yeah, I made a little bit of money, not much. Don't forget I had also spent money earlier, so. You can use a cabin. Where are you going to stay? I sleep in the cargo bay. You what? Also, just to show the ship off a little bit. This is the ship's armory. I need to stock it. You've seen the cargo bay and garage. And all three of these are cabins. There's the refresher. port and starboard turret guns, captain's cabin. Which is no fancier than the other cabins. Just oriented in a different direction. Nope, that's not what I wanted to do. Stop that. And by doing this, when I log out, my ship and stuff will disappear with me. When I log back in, I'll appear back in space in the ship. Some money is better than none. Yep. Technically, the truck has a nicer cabin than anything on the ship. True. True. Just sleeping in the med bed is nicer than sleeping here. But, yeah, you can't log out there and you can log out here. This way, when I log back in, I'll be right where I was and can just pick up without... And you don't have to fly to a station or a planet or any place in order to... log out and be set or anything. Which is a very, very nice little way to do things. You know, a nice balance between having dedicated log in and out stations or areas and needing to and giving people just the ability to take off whenever they want. All right. I do not know if there will be any streams this week. I am tired but not sick, I think. We'll have to see. So, odds are I'm going to have regular work and not a lot of time outside of it. We'll have to see what happens. Yes, I will open the chest in a second. For those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, if you watch on DLive and follow, you have to be a follower. There is a chest under the stream that builds up lemons, which are DLive's equivalent of points. On Sundays, for me at least, and the stream, I open the chest and give away lemons to viewers because it just automatically raffles them off. I do not have any control over who gets them or anything. All I can do is hit the open button. That's all I get. That's the only say I get in it is when I hit the open button. I cannot get any lemons from this. The more you interact with the stream on DLive, the faster the chest builds. So, with that said, let's get this open. No, that's Trovo. That's Trovo showing ads and not paying me for them again. I wonder, I have a lot of mana. Can I cast towards myself? I can. I can cast towards myself and have it count to the boost. I think. No, I don't. I don't think I can cast towards myself and have it count towards the boost. The boost still says 3,000. I don't think casts towards yourself count. Yeah, like everyone shows ads and doesn't pay the people that they're showing ads on. Okay, so it looks like self-boosting does not work. That's honestly a little sad. I really wish that that did work. All right, I think I've given y'all plenty of time. I am opening DLive. So I will have to change that thing then to reflect the fact that my 25,000 did not count towards the boost. I guess that's a way to encourage you to make sure you send it to other people. Opening in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Distributing rewards. And again, these are lemons, which are DLive's equivalent of bits. These go out to viewers who follow me and participate in chat randomly. I have no control over it. It just, I hit the button and it goes. And you guys get rewards. I do not get anything from this, except hopefully viewers and participation. Please. Up to no good is our primary winner, followed by the Rippy one. Congratulations, our winners. I do not think I have any other notices. A reminder, if you want to sign up for Star Citizen, the free fly is on. The servers are in the worst shape as they'll be in, but you can at least try it. Please use my code. You'll get 5,000 starting credits in addition to whatever you normally get. With my ADHD addled brain, I don't think I should have another stream set account. Well, thank you. Welcome again to all the new people. Seriously, you're giving me a lot of hope for actually getting YouTube rolling. Technically, the end goal is 1,000 at least, but 500 for tier 1, and it would really mean a lot. Thank you. It does really mean a lot. Thank you all. Be safe. I hope you have a good week. I will see you on 10 p.m. Eastern Friday. Like I said, probably no unplanned streams this week. I'm going to have to get back to work. I will see you all another time. Be safe and have a good one.